we are on the site of the castle.
And it was the first time the Beatles had really stopped being semi-professional almost.
Look at that. Absolutely fascinating. That's what you do. You buy these players that cost money and make a difference in it. But we never do that.
Never complains, gets up, gets on with a smile on his face.
You just want you to sit in your chair and go, hip hip hooray, for the Western threats and the Western narrative. He dares dictate you the same old, every single day, without this. If you haven't seen it before, please watch the first series, the first 2 episodes, the second series. Stallone.
Hello. I've been sitting here all night. Just changed my pullover. Anyway, it's good to see you all. I've got the great George Scott. Yes, great George. He was 80. 80. Just imagine what he knows. Just imagine what he's been through. Imagine Shankly signing him. Imagine calling Shankly boss. Ah, what a man. And so we bring George on in a moment, and just want to say hello to all these wonderful people. Okay, bro, how are you? I'm okay, Edward, thank you. Good to see you anyway. Sean, I'm good. And you? That's nice. Yusuf, I'd start Robbo tomorrow, but for the league game, I'd play Samikas. Whoa. And Yusuf carries on by saying, I don't want to see Gravenberch and McAllister start tomorrow either. We'll be talking about all this, to be honest. Yusuf certainly will. And as I say, Robbo has not been good for a few years now. There's another thing. Paul Bear. Good evening, Frank. Just a quick one. Sick of whining from the Arsenal. Yeah, that's what they just do. They've always been like that, to be honest. They've been like that for years, Arsenal fans. They expect, ever since the Invincibles, they expect to go, every season. And I'll never forget a commentator. I was going back when was it? A couple of years ago, we were playing Arsenal, and he said, these are the 2 most successful clubs in English football. What? I couldn't believe that. Couldn't believe it. Oh, my days, the Arsenal fans online are insufferable, says Yusuf. Sure. I'm in the background, Frank. Go away, are you? Sideline. Big up Frank and the chat. Yeah, Edwards, we were talking about that as well. What about when Odegaard on balled in the box? Yes. I'm going to bring on my lads now. I'm going to bring the lads on now. And there's the great George Scott, the found Shankly boy. Evening, George.
Hi, Frank. Good evening, boys. Everybody on the chat. Nice to be here, all the way back down from Edinburgh. Had a lovely weekend up there, celebrating my birthday. So back to normal now. Lovely to see you, Frank.
Great to see you, George. You're coming down to see me this week, aren't you?
I don't think I managed to make it this week, Frank. It'll have to be next week. I've got a lot of things to do this week. My sister-in-law's still in hospital. I've got a couple of events.
Okay.
It's just a busy week, Frank. But next week will be okay. It'll be a lot quieter next week. I'll pop over next week, I promise.
Okay, no problem. Don't forget next week as well. We'll be at Jeff Goulding's.
At Waterstones, yeah. I'll see you there as well. Yeah, looking forward to that. It'll be a good night. That
I could. No, I want you to come down and see me first. Is that okay?
I will do, Frank. Next week, I'll pop in. Promise you.
Thanks. I'm giving a talk that day, by the way. In the afternoon.
Yes.
Lunchtime. Little talk I'm giving, and I'll be well on for it.
I look forward to seeing you. Lovely evening.
How would you get down there, George? Did you get a train or a bus or something?
I'm not sure because my wife's coming with me. Carol's coming, so we'll probably drive over. And she'll drive. We'll find somewhere to park up.
I might catch your lift off you, to be honest.
Yeah, give me the ring and we'll see how we can do.
Okay, excellent.
Sure, we haven't made plans yet, so either be driving or we'll come by train. Get a train over me. I don't know.
Oh, yeah. Okay, well, sort something anyway. If not, I'll just get a cab down there.
All right, Frank. Brilliant.
I'm bringing Shauno on now. George, our little mate here. There he is. Sean. Hello there.
How are you?
Sean.
Belated happy birthday, George.
Thank you. Thanks for your good wishes. I did get it online. Thank you.
No bother. I also got a nice
about 500 messages. I kept pressing like buttons all night.
Well, I sent a message, a birthday greeting.
Yeah.
It seemed that I went, thank goodness, this hasn't gone through. Then again, another one. So whether you got it, I don't know, because it never said on my thing, that
I think I did, Frank. I think I did. I got one from you and I got one from Francine as well. Thank you.
Oh, brilliant. Okay. She was asking about you today, strangely enough.
Give her my best.
Of course. I always do, George, to be honest.
Lovely girl.
Do you know, my little granddaughter went with her mother, Francine, and she wanted a Trent shirt, right top. And she said, my granddad's going to buy it for me. She said, well, he'll buy it for you, But she wanted it there and then today. So anyway, I told her, I said, there's no problem, we'll get you it this week. Okay, she went, all right, granddad. So she's made Trent, though. We'll talk about him a little bit later on.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
I just said, why don't you get, because she loved Mo Salad. That's what she used to call him, Mo Salad, when she was little. And seeing Mo Salad running down the wing.
I've no salad. I've no salad on my back, so I have no salad.
I always remember going to match, all these shirts on, all the names and, going in. And it was the first time, I was saying to Francine before, I said, it's the first time, I was with my mate, and walking down, and there was a little kid, and there's a Duffy on. I went, who's Duffy? Never heard of Duffy. And he said, that's the kid's name. It's just crazy. Listen, George, the win against, the draw against Arsenal there at the weekend, it was like a game of two halves, wasn't it, really? In the first half, we were ordinary. The second half, we just ran them.
I think we gave them too much space in the first half. They seemed to have a bit more room and pushing the ball around a bit more quickly and accurately. We weren't really there, but didn't have many shots on goal, and it didn't look too brilliant. I think it was a complete change after half time. I did expect that to happen. I think I thought that we would get into them second half. We started to press better, hold the ball better, move it around better, not give it away as much. And as the game went on, it looked to me almost inevitable we would score, and the goal we scored to equalise was an absolute stunner. Beautiful pass from Trent, and Nunes was off like a racehorse, and he kept on side, which was perfect. and then he just into Mo and left foot. He was never going to miss that. And then you see the ecstasy in the Liverpool fans. It was brilliant. I don't like Arsenal. I'm sorry to say, they're not my favourite club. The way they carry on about injuries and Arteta's attitude, they're not my favourite club. I have to be honest. They're a great side, but they keep talking about how brilliant they are, but they've hardly won a trophy.
Exactly.
Well, then again, I'll go to Sean after I read this, because Edwards is agreeing with you there, more or less. He says Arsenal fans are talking about that they had loads of players out, but they have an advantage on us this season because we haven't really bought anyone, and they have.
Good point.
Fancy, but coming out with excuses like that, we could have won the game. We
had more key players out as well. We had Alisson out, we had Bradley out, we had.
But they forget about that. You see, they forget about that. They don't want to mention. Yeah. So, what's your take on that, Sean?
Well, before I go any further, I just wanted to say I got a delivery, and it wasn't a bad delivery this time, but it was, if you can see that.
Oh, yeah, really good. You got it, yeah.
I'm looking forward to reading that.
I'll be very interested to hear your thoughts and views.
Yeah, absolutely. I'll probably, what I'll do is I might do a review on it if that's okay with you. That
would be brilliant. Yeah, it'd be brilliant because
channel,
so many reviews. It'd be nice. That lovely. Thanks very much, Sean.
No bother. I'm sure I'm looking forward to getting stuck into it. The Arsenal game. Look, I don't think we did ourselves any favors in the first half. Our passing was very, very sloppy. We were messing about in the box far too much. I think on the left-hand side, we were also giving away free kicks in dangerous areas. The left-hand side, Robertson, I saw a comment there about Robertson. Robertson didn't play all that well, was left on his ass there for the first goal, and maybe Virgil could have done more as well. But we were just messing about in our own half. We couldn't seem to kind of get out of our own half with the passing. It was really, really poor. I thought at halftime, put on Gomez for Robertson, take off Jones for Szoboszlai, and put on Gakpo for Diaz. Just kind of mix it about a bit.
Yes,
I would have made that change, in the second half straight away. And they obviously Slot decided not to until I think the 65th minute. But he put on Tsimikas for Robbo, and Szoboszlai for McAllister. McAllister didn't have a good game. I didn't think he had a good game. We played a little bit better in the second half, but I wasn't overly impressed. I thought we could have done an awful lot more. We could have played a lot more, or played a lot better. It was good to see Núñez, coming back and doing defensive duties. It was good to see him also, getting a nice little cross into Salah, although he nearly tripped himself up there with that. But no, I mean, all in all, look, it's a point. If someone said to me, would you accept a point away from home, I would have said absolutely. But I just think we could have given a better account of ourselves,
I do think, it's a very difficult place to go, Arsenal, as well. Their defence is very good. And when you think they couldn't score, Man City couldn't score against them with 10 men when the recent game. So, I mean, we did well to get that equaliser, to be honest, because you're up against a very vociferous crowd there, big rivals, and getting off to a bad start. By the way, I thought we were unlucky with the offside. It was just offside, made the goal, but it was only a big toe. I think if Van Dijk had cut his toenails, we got away with that one.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, definitely. I just wanted to bring in the side there. Good evening, side.
Good evening. How's everybody?
Evening. Hi.
Hi, George. Hi, Shano. Sean. Sorry. My little son always say Shino for turtles. He's still, he's learning how to speak, and he calls turtles Shino. I don't know why. So
That's okay. I've been called worse.
No, not you, man. So that's why whenever I say your name, I get messed up,
That's all right.
Hey, Frank, how are you, Frank?
I'm good. I'm okay. Well, I always say I'm okay, but I'm okay, honestly. Anyway, I'm going to read out just these few comments here, if I might, on Jamie Phillips, Football Chats. He says, the media and Sky spreading lies about Arsenal's injuries, plus Slot's only been in the job for 4 months. Arteta has been there 5 years with his own players. That's a very powerful statement, because he's had his players for 5 years. He knows how, individual players, how they play and where to play and everything else. And as he said there, Slot's only been in 4 months. And he finishes up by saying this: Liverpool still play in transition. Brilliant. We're in a transition period. It will take Slot a while to play his way with his players. So the job he's doing right now is incredible.
I'd go along with that totally. Absolutely brilliant so far.
And would you agree with this, lads, as well? Szoboszlai is our Endo. Hendo, that is, with a Hendo. Not the Endo, Hendo. He's our Hendo. We only start to realise how influential he is in the team when he's not playing. Spot on there. He's spot on, that lad, for saying that. You should get in like that. And Edward says they still had Saka, Rice, Raya, Gabriel. Yeah, of course they did. Of course. But anyway, I asked George about the game last the weekend on the Sunday, their side. And what was your take on it? I thought in the second half, if we would have took the game to them in the first half, as we did in the second half, I think we would have beat them. I really do. I believe that. And I think we gave them, my opinion, in the first half, too much respect side.
Okay, you guys ready for some critique?
Let's go.
Okay. So, man, oh man, since Sunday, I've been kind of listening to a lot of Liverpool fans, Arsenal fans on Twitter, on YouTube, around the social media. This is my take. The results for me, my personal opinion, 70% of the results is on the coach, on the manager. 30% is on the players. The performance, 70% of the players, 30% of the coach. What I mean by that, you can change these percentages, 10 plus minus 10, 20%, whatever your take on it. When I talk about results, I look at 13 games, 11 wins, right? One draw, one loss. So that tells me that my manager is focusing on results, and he's getting these results. Premier League, League Cup, and Champions League. And we're doing okay, result-wise. Performance-wise, we're not there. We're either okay performance, average. This was a shit when it comes to performance. So part of it is on the coach, but the bigger part when it comes to the performance on the field is on the players. The players are the ones who are kicking the ball, passing the ball, and creating the chances and whatnot. The coach will help to direct, guide, and make them capable to create these chances, create these situations, right? So back to the Arsenal game. A lot of people say, oh, well, I don't know what football Slot is playing. Well, currently Slot is playing a very basic and simple thing. So Slot, the way how we are attacking is two ways. Either through the middle, you pass the ball to Gravenberch or McAllister, and he goes through the middle. The second way is long balls. Arsenal game, most of our long balls, I think there was like 23 long balls, were executed by Carlyle. Carlyle is a top 5 goalkeeper for me. But that game kind of, how can I say, I saw a weakness in his game, which is the long balls. He had like accuracy of 6 long balls out of 23 or 28. That is very low. Most of these long balls, they went to Diaz. And even those 6 good ones or accurate were not great, were not quality. When you want to do a long ball for Luis Diaz, who is playing against Partey, who's a physical person, you don't get the long ball to directly to him. You put it behind Partey. Why? You want Diaz to run to that space behind Partey. If you execute the long ball to come directly to Luis Diaz, you're putting him in a physical battle with Partey. You want to get away from that. And the way how you get away with that is you put your long ball behind Partey so Diaz have the chance to attack the space, not attack the player. Okay? Fewer or less long balls were going towards Mo Salah. Again, same thing. The long ball is going to Salah, and Salah is in a physical battle against what's his name, Timber. Again, physical battle. A lot of times we saw Salah not really beating his man, and it's a physical battle. The long ball needs to go behind the right back and left back of Arsenal. So we've lost that battle a lot of times, and that's what kept happening the first half, on and on and on. The middle was shut down by Arteta. They had Moreno and Trossard, along with Rice and sometimes Kai Havertz dropping back, and sometimes even towards Saka, doing a link up with Saka. Between these players from Arsenal, they shut down the middle. So that's why we didn't see a lot of balls to Havertz to go through the middle. So for us, the only way, the only big chances we could have created is through the long balls. Trent's goal, Salah's goal came from a long ball. If you go back and watch it, you will see that long ball. Where was it? Behind the defenders. And we saw Salah and Nunes do that cross run. Nunes went for the ball, collected it, and then a nice pass inside the 18 for Salah. So again, Slot, 2 ways of attacking currently. Through the middle, Gravenberch or McAllister. If that's shut down, it's long balls. So that's Slot's way of attacking or style of attacking. Arsenal, oh my God. I used to like watching some of Arsenal players back in the 90s. Bergkamp, what's his name? That French player, Lizarazu, I think it was. Thierry Henry. I'm really disliking the club at the moment, to be honest. Player-wise, coach, and fans. Not all the fans, I have friends who are Arsenal fans. They're really, awesome people, and you listen to them and you say, one of my friends, like close friends here in Canada, you say, man, oh man, this is not the Arsenal I grew up liking, like we're so defensively and dark football, and every second there is a player on the ground and wasting time. I was listening to Arsenal fans, well, when did we waste time? Well, come on, man, like Raya got a yellow card for wasting time. It was
okay. That's a comment. Well, that's all we've got time for tonight, chat. I'm awfully sorry, and I'll see you all again on Thursday. But don't forget tomorrow night with the post-match.
So that's my take on the game.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I can help.
Sorry, I bored you and annoyed you with it.
I feel like I didn't contribute.
I'll tell you what, Frank.
Frank,
can I say something, Frank? If you go back to the start of the season when Arne Slot was appointed, we were all very, very doubtful, weren't we? When he came in, we didn't know really who he was. We didn't have a lot of background on him. He was a Dutch manager. And when you think now, if we look then and look forward to where we are now, we would have been ecstatic. For Liverpool to be 1 point behind Man City after 10, 11 games, having lost, 3 or 4 or 5 goals, tightened the defence up, got the team playing good football, attacking football. One bad lose against Notts Forest, which is a bit unfortunate. Apart from that, everything to me has gone along, humming along nicely. So we hope it carries on, fingers crossed. But up till now, Frank, as a Liverpool fan of long standing, I'm delighted where we are at the moment. I'm delighted the way the guys are playing. I think they're playing good football. The defence is tighter. And at the end of the day, we carry on and be up here at Christmas. Let's hope the next 3 months is going to carry us through to a little bit of success. In fact, more than a little bit of success. So I'm quite optimistic.
No, I'll tell you one thing. What's not been mentioned is where Arsenal finished last season and where we finished. And
they've never won a trophy for a long time.
Exactly, and the points difference between Liverpool and Arsenal. You see what I mean? But we've overtaken them.
Yeah.
We're a fella, as Jamie Phillips said, we're a fella who's been in the job for 4 months.
Exactly.
And he hasn't bought anybody. He's playing with players that Jurgen Klopp left. So he hasn't brought in anyone who he knows, if you know what I mean.
Yes.
Who he knows. And he's got a determined backroom staff. I don't know the fella's name, he's Dutch, we brought him in. And he got booked for this, you know what I mean? So, you've got the appetite there on the bench.
Yeah.
And the determination. That's the way I look at it.
It'll be interesting. Next week, I've been invited, Gordon Wallace and myself, we've been invited by Stephen Lawrence up to the Kirby Academy to watch them training and have lunch with the staff. I'm not talking about the first team staff. I'm talking about the under-21s and under-18s. So that'll be interesting to look at that and see how they do go about the training up there. I'll be very interested. I've only been up there once, so that's something we're looking forward to next week. I'll let you know how it goes next Tuesday night.
Absolutely. Another thing as well, tomorrow night, I'm Brighton. Right, I want to ask you, George, then Sean, then the side, and even the chat, Yeah, let's just read this comment out a minute. And it's here, Matt. All right, y'all. Thought we looked too passive in the first half. We weren't on our game defensively, and in our battles on the pitch, we kept giving silly fouls away as well. Second half, much better. And that's what we've been seeing, to be honest. Right, tomorrow night, George. Right. I don't care what anyone sees. I don't mean you, talking about others. Who would you leave out? Because to me, the weekend is more important than tomorrow night. It really is.
Oh, yeah.
It's just more important, if you know what I mean. So, who would you put out tomorrow night? You'd have to have Kelleher.
Yeah. And I would have Bradley. Play Bradley. And might play, I don't know, I might play Kwanzaa. Either Van Dijk or Konate, and then I'm not sure. Somebody made a comment about Robertson before, and he did struggle at the weekend for pace against Saka, who was brilliant in the first half. So I'm not sure whether should probably play Robbo tomorrow and then play Tsimikas against Brighton, or Gomez. Midfield's a bit more difficult because we're a bit short on numbers in midfield, aren't we? To leave out. Who can we leave out? Tyler Morton's on the periphery. The young lad, what's the young lad? I forget his name. The young lad is
Ione.
It might be an opportunity for that boy to come in and show what he can do. But it's difficult. Harvey Elliott's not quite fit, unfortunately. I don't think anyway. Otherwise, he might have got a chance. Doak, I'm not sure if Doak's fit. He might have got a chance. But up front, probably we're going to have probably Gakpo, Nunez, and Salah. The man will be on the bench anyway, so if things are not going 100%, they can pull on a stronger team later on. So, but definitely have to take Saturday's game more seriously than tomorrow's.
Right, I'm glad you said that. It agrees with me because how would you play? You said Bradley and Robbo, the two backs. How about Joe Gomez and Kwanzaa in the middle.
Yes, I'd be happy with that. Joe Gomez,
I
anytime.
mean, again, I'm going to go to Sean now, then over to the side. The midfield is the problem. George, we've said that from the beginning of the season.
Yes.
So we're all right with the forwards. We all agreed on the forwards. We're all right, like in defence as well. All right, we needed a left-sided centre-back. That's what we agreed on. But it was the midfield that we were worried about. And it's come to now this little bit worrying time. Because
He might play Endo. He might play Endo tomorrow.
Yeah, again, Enzo. Why not? Why not? Sean, who's your... you don't have to talk about the thing. We'll go back to them, the back four later.
Is Bradley injured? Or is Bradley fit?
Yeah, he's fit. I was listening to the part.
He is fit.
Yeah.
Okay.
He said he's okay. He's training and everything else. So
be good if he is.
So I'd have Kelleher obviously in goals. I'd have Trent at right back, Quansah and Virgil at centre back. I'd have Gomez at left back. I'd have Sloboslai, McAllister, and Gravenberch. Salah, Nunes, and Gapco.
Yeah, that's a good start.
That would be my lineup. I'm not too sure about the one thing I would be unsure of is McAllister's fitness. Yeah, but that would be my lineup.
Yeah. Okay, Shies, what about you?
So if Bradley's fit, I haven't checked, news and whatnot since last night. If Bradley's fit, I'll play Bradley definitely. I would have. Okay, well, let's go back a little bit. I would actually have Yaros in the goalkeeper and have Kelleher play in the weekend. I want to see Yaros because I've only seen one preseason and one half.
Yeah.
And I think there is a good keeper there. I would love to see if he's good with his feet or not. So Yaros, Bradley, Gomez, Quansah. I would actually start with. I'm hating myself saying it, but I would start with Robo, and then second half I would bring in Tsimikas. So each one of them have one half. So each one of them, have some minutes, and as well as get rested a little bit. So whoever you're gonna start with in the next game. They only played 45 minutes, so that'll be one of my subs. The middle, I would just start the Neone, Tyler, and Endo. Bring in Soboslai if needed. To be honest, I would rest McAllister. I wouldn't even get him close to the pitch, anywhere near the pitch. Him and Gravenberch, they need the rest. Unless he brings in one or both of them the last 10 minutes, but not more than that. The problem is the front. So Chiesa's not fit. Doesn't sound that he's going to be fit anytime soon. And well, you got Gakpo, Diaz, Nunes, and Salah. I would say you're going to have to rotate between these four guys. And my addition to what we need for transfer window is an attacker. We need an attacker. If Chiesa doesn't come back fully fit within the next few months, I don't know, man. That's going to be really tough.
He's injured now.
Well, he's not fit. Not really.
No. Listen to me.
Yeah.
As you said, you've heard no news. Slot turned around in his press conference and said he's got injured again. All right, just got to answer your question.
He did, yeah.
Not fit. He's not fit. People haven't listened to this fella. Slot, the coach.
I can say, damn you, FSG. We need an attacker now, and a midfielder, and a left back or center back.
What happened to the days when you brought in a player on a transfer and you brought them to do a medical, and if they failed the medical, the transfer didn't go through.
I don't.
Is that gone?
Sounds like it's gone.
Yeah, because that's what used to happen. Used to have a medical. We've had a few players in the past that failed medicals at Liverpool, and Shankly didn't sign them, and other managers as well.
It's just like, I mean, sorry, Frank.
I always remember a lad from, what's his name? Played for England on the right wing, Manchester City. And he was injured at the time. And I was saying, I'd be made up if he got it. I'm going back years ago, by the way, 70s. And I said, I'd be made up if he get it. And he was injured at the time. And Liverpool just walked away from anything, any deals or whatever. They just let, forget it anyway, forget his bloody name. So it doesn't matter, George, because we didn't sign players. Now, I keep saying this, and I keep repeating every week. Every week, and you know what I'm going to say about Chiesa? It was an appeasement.
Yeah.
He's going back on loan to Italy.
Yeah.
It's
crazy. It's crazy. It's absolutely crazy. I mean, I really get your frustration on that, Frank, because, this player is meant to be, a good signing. And I mean, look, I want to see him do well. I want to see the kid play. But if he's not fit, he's not fit. And if he can't play, I'll be loyal to a player for as long as he wears the red of Liverpool. Absolutely. I want to see players that decide to play for Liverpool. I want to see them do well. I know that a poll that we did last week kind of was taken out of context and misunderstood, and there was talks that it was kind of slating a player. I want to see Núñez do well. I want to see Núñez come good. But at the end of the day, we're not running a kind of a stepping stone or a kind of a club where hoping that these players come good. They've got to hit the ground running. It's a professional football club. A club of our stature can't really afford to be kind of sitting around for these players to all of a sudden decide to become fit or not. If they're signing for Liverpool Football Club, they should be ready to play first team football, and that's it. We can't have this continue. I feel sorry for Chiesa, but we kind of knew the writing was on the wall. His injuries, are there. He's not in his prime anymore. He suffered an awful lot with injuries. We knew this when we were getting him, and look at the situation that we're in. And this is not the first time it's happened to us. And this is the whole thing about Moneyball. We go for these players that fly under the radar because of these niggling injuries that they have and whatever. So the big clubs, we're not in competition with these big clubs, and we're not in a bidding war with these big clubs. So we get the 13 million and we sign this player and we make it out like it's the best signing we've ever made.
Slot said the problem was moving from the Italian league up to the higher pressure Premier League. Well, that doesn't make sense to me. The guy was out for most of the last year. He didn't play for Juventus hardly. He was out for a long time. He's injury prone, definitely. We've been bitten before by this. Thiago, Keita, young lad, Bezetic. We've got players who are gifted players, and they can't pull the jersey on. And that's no good to us. We need players that are fit and active and ready to go. Look at the spend Arsenal's done. Look at the spend Chelsea's done. Look at the spend United's done. They've got backup players. Amazing we're doing what we're doing with the skeleton staff we've got in the backup. We're just inside, I just said before, up front, we've got 4 strikers. And they're all quality world-class players. We have nobody to fill in for them if one of them gets injured at the moment. Because young Dan's has gone off somewhere. Who else have we got?
Well, remember when they were going and we were bringing no one in? And I said at the time, we really need quality players brought in. This is before the window shut.
Yeah, we've got to do it in January. We've just got to.
Well, I was saying this in the summer. I was saying, what about the injuries? We all agreed if there's injuries, hasn't Slot thought that, this Premiership's a lot harder than the Eredivisie. league in
Holland. More games than ever this year. More games than ever coming up. Big ones.
You know, and we still never brought anybody in. Now, there's the vlogs. He says, hello, everyone. Shane Jota is out until after the November break. And Elliot. Did Slot say he might have to bring back Ben Doak? Right, so he's out on loan, as you know.
I'd bring him back.
Move, that being playing well. See, this is the worrying time now. Yeah. Injuries. And we've been through that in the last couple of years, the injuries. And I just don't know. It's so frustrating that we didn't bring anybody in the summer.
Yeah.
It's such,
it is.
This is about you side here, mate. Yeah, he's like me, Frank, when you phone me. God, blimey. You never
enthusiasm.
Oh, wow, absolutely. You know, what do you think about this? And this is our lads here. This is our lads. You know, these are all good Liverpool supporters. And Paul, I know Paul very well. Cracking lad, you know, he's always there at the match. He's always in Tenerife posing, you know what I mean? I'm getting the sun, I'm sitting here freezing. Anyway, he says, think people being harsh on Robbo honestly deserves a bit better. What would you say about that, George?
Well, I love Robbo. You know my view on him. He's one of my favourite players and always has been. Apart from the fact he's a Scottish captain, that doesn't really come into it. He's basically a brilliant player, a great fullback. He proved himself 10 times, hundreds of times over. And he is had a bad injury, a couple of bad injuries. But he's, you know, Saturday he was a bit unlucky because he was playing against a fantastic winger in Saka. There's no doubt about that. I mean, he's really talented and he's hard to shove off the ball and he's quick. And he got caught a bit cold on that run, which set the standard for him. It's just one of those days, I think, for Robbo. I've no real worries about him really as a player. I think he's fine. And Tsimikas is a good fullback as well. And you've got Gomez there as well. So I think we're well covered in the back four. And our defence, like I said earlier, has much improved this year. Because I'm not quite as nervous at the moment as I was last year. Balls going through the middle and exposing the defence. They've got a wee bit tighter, and that's proved in the goals against column. You know, but we're not 100% there. You know, even on Saturday, I thought Trent, apart from his fantastic pass, I didn't think he had a particularly good game.
No, he didn't.
He balls away, and he was a bit languid and strolling about a bit like, you know, he's, you know, I don't know.
Without Trent, you know, honestly, without Trent on that pass, put it that way, without Trent on that pass, the brilliant run he kept on side by Darwin. But look at the run. Yeah. Look at the cross-field run by Mo.
But Trent can do that. That's Trent's skill. Like a quarterback at American football, he can place a pass better than anybody. But his defensive duties, again, on Saturday, I don't think were 100%. Martinelli had the beating of him there. He needed a bit of support there at the back, you know. And I just thought it was a bit... He wasn't firing really, like I don't know. Maybe he's thinking about Real Madrid. Who knows?
Yeah. This is the thing. See, and people are forgetting, you know, the run as Trent hit that ball, just hit it. He knew where Darwin was, and he just hit it because he knew about his pace. He could outrun anyone, Darwin. And he did. And look at the crossfield run by Mo. He just ran across the field, right into empty space. And a great pass by the other fella, Darwin, right to him. And bang, goal. Goal of the match.
Was fantastic goal. Beautiful goal.
Beautiful.
I mean, I say that's what Trent does. That's why he's so special.
Absolutely. And Jay says, big shout out to TJ Morris, 2.5 million to Zoe's place.
Wow.
And again, Omen bargains as well. Isn't that
Frank, that lad, Tommy Morris, I used to deal with him when I went into sales after my football career. He was one of my first customers. He had a big warehouse at Old Swan, and he developed it into what it is today. You know, Home and Bargains, massive multi-million-pound company. He was just a normal Scouse lad, started the business in the 70s. You know, it's brilliant what he's done for Zoe's Place. Fantastic.
Absolutely. Unless the council going to build a new Zoe's Place, because
wonderful.
I was going to put the feelers out to two great people, in my opinion, to see if they could help Zoe's Place, because this government vote, you know, they like giving money to you know, war zones and everything else.
They don't give money to charities, do they? They don't give money to hospices.
Exactly. And I was going to reach out to two people. One, a big Scouser, who's absolutely wonderful, because what he does for the hospital, at the Royal Hospital, Lindsay McCartney's wing, you know, he keeps that going. He keeps Lipper going, and that's Paul McCartney. I was going to reach out to him.
Yeah, yes.
And also, one of the greatest, kind-hearted, beautiful, you know, human beings is Keanu Reeves. I was going to reach out to him.
Yeah, brilliant. When these people can do so much, they've got the wealth, haven't they? They've got the wherewithal to do it.
Yes. Keanu is just a wonderful human being. He really is. Anyway, get back to this, boys?
Yeah.
And James, evening, guys. When you visit the academy and watch the under-21s and under-18, oh yeah, George, I've got to read that out for you, mate. Wait, George, will you be having dinner with Jay Spear and that?
Oh, might well be. I don't know who the staff are, but I know we're having lunch with them. So we'll see who's there.
Him and McAteer, the two self-proclaimed
McAteer, yeah. 40-year-old juniors.
Anyway, James says, evening, guys. When you visit the academy and watch the under-21s and under-18s, we have a centre-back called Lee Jonas. He's our next Virgil in a few seasons. Guaranteed, yeah.
Have a chat about him then, yeah. Be interesting.
Hopefully we don't get rid of him.
Yes. So to develop them, haven't we? Develop them and get them into the big team.
Yeah.
Yeah, look, no, I'm going to go to the side on this one. For a summary. A little synopsis.
We're typing here.
I'd leave out Gravenberch, Canate and Virgil. I'd have Tsimikas, Gomez, Quansah and Trent. Szoboszlai, Jones and Endo, with Diaz, Gapco up front. Not sure on the right. Probably Salah for half a game.
No sounds.
Oh, sorry, I muted myself. Sorry, man. I was saying that we could put Szoboszlai actually on the right and play just Tyler, Morton, Leone, and Endo in the midfield. Have Szoboszlai on the right. Maybe Nunes and Gakpo, and then bring in Diaz after, and Salah in the second half. Whether you start with Tsimikas or Robo, whoever you're going to start with, sub them in the second half. Keep the midfield unless if they do good. The midfield, I wouldn't sub any of them unless 911 McAllister, come please help rescue. Maybe in the midfield, Quansah, Gomez, Bradley, I would say if he's fit. But I wanted to, I have some bad news or disappointment that I wanted to pass, actually, continuing on our transfer window this season. I watched a few videos and some stats on Memordishvili. He's a good goalkeeper, but really bad with his feet. And the reason why I'm disappointed, because so far Slot is 50% of his game is on long balls and building with 3 in the back and 2 in front of them. One of the 3 is the goalkeeper. He preferred to have the goalkeeper as the man in the middle to use him for the build-up. So I don't know. Hopefully they're working on his feet, Mamardashvili, if he's coming. Because if Mamardashvili is not as good as we think he is, plus Chiesa, staying at the hospital, this is the worst transfer window we ever had. I don't know. I hope I'm wrong.
Okay.
But it's something I watched yesterday.
Well, Paul Burke, he says Jones needs game time, good opportunity for him.
I agree with that, yeah.
And, give Gravenberch, a little rest because he's been playing every
Bring Endo in for him, yeah. Bring Endo in for Gravenberch.
Yeah, I think so as well. And I agree, I wouldn't play Salah tomorrow. I wouldn't play Salah.
Don't forget, they'll be playing a weekend team as well, Frank, probably.
Yeah.
Because they've got big ambitions up near the top of the league, aren't they, Brighton, doing well.
I know people are saying about it'd be great if Slot wins a trophy. Yeah, be fantastic if we won a trophy. And look at the Carabao as the easiest to win. I disagree with that. Every game we play is very hard. Every trophy we go for is very hard. Look at the Chelsea final. For God's sake, unbelievable. Excuse me. Unbelievable. So every game is hard, but it's the least priority of trophies. And as I said, the only answer I can give, if anyone says, what would you do? I'd rather have 3 points at the weekend. That's what I'd rather have before the November break, because I don't, and the Anfield Roar agrees with what James says. I agree. I think Jonah's ceiling is higher than Nallo, who has been poor for the UEFA Youth League team this season. Yeah, I agree there. I was watching the UEFA team. They're very poor, in my opinion. Judge Red, Jaros, Bradley, Quansah, Gomez, Samikas, Naoni, Enzo, Jones, Szoboszlai, Nunes, Gakpo, Sean.
Might not be far away.
I mean, that's why not? But I don't think Slot is the type to play a second team. I haven't seen him, make as many changes in a side. So whether he'll do that or not is another thing. I'm a firm believer in letting players have an opportunity to play and see what they're like, and give them an opportunity early in the Carabao Cup. But I also want to win trophies. Any silver, any tournament that we're in. Exactly. Any tournament we're in, I want us to make an effort to win them, obviously. And that goes for the Carabao Cup. I mean, people call it the Mickey Mouse Cup until they win it. So I think any silverware is good, and so I would want to side a very strong squad, but we need to rotate, and we need to also look at the bigger picture. We have a really, really tough fixture list up until the end of or start of December. So we really need to be thinking ahead there,
Yeah, all the boys will be down there, won't they? The whole squad will be there, so he's got lots of options.
Yeah.
Paul Bake's brilliant. Peter Barnes, that's who I was thinking of. That was
the left wing. Peter Barnes. He was good, wasn't he? Left foot.
I did laugh like him, George.
Yeah, he was a good player.
We get him, and as you said, George, about injuries and things like that. do you think, going back, George, to your day, the Shanks' day, Paisley's day, do you think for 1 second that Arthur Melo or Chiesa or, any of them who suffered injuries would have been signed?
No, they wouldn't have been signed. No, that was one of the strengths of the Shankly and Paisley years. The fact that very few players got injured. That's what kept me out. That's what kept me and 1 or 2 others out of the first team, because they played week after week with the same team. Because the training methods were very good. They were very ahead of the time. Yes, I know it's quicker now, and I know the pitches are better now, and players are a bit faster and might pull muscles easier. But they certainly had a consistency in those days they don't have now as far as injuries. And don't forget, they didn't have substitutes. So up until 1966, you couldn't get in the team unless you were in the team at the start. So Paisley and Shankly were very, very, especially Bob Paisley. He was brilliant with injuries, brilliant medical skills he had, and he would never have allowed players to come on board if they had a suspect injury. No way, I don't think so.
You're talking there, right, about he was great with injuries, and he was superb. Now, there's a statue of him, very iconic photograph that this statue was made with Emlyn Hughes on his back, muddy field coming off. Do you think today that if that would have been any player on their trainer's back or 1 second back coming off the field, do you think he would have been playing? Do you think he would have gone back on? No. And Emlyn did, didn't he? Emlyn did. That's the thing. And as Youssef says, Chiesa can be a character in Alby City at this rate. That's says Youssef.
I feel sorry for the lad. Let's hope he gets better.
Yeah, I mean, I all joking aside, the guy's delighted to be at Liverpool. Absolutely delighted, and if all players had that enthusiasm.
It's no use saying that, Sean. I'm sorry.
No, I know what you're saying.
It's no use saying that, mate.
I know what you're saying.
I said before we. What did I say before we signed?
Appeasement signing. Yeah, I know. But
you know the Italian league, Frank. You know it. But I mean, Slot will be patient with him. He'll be patient with him as much as he can be, and let's hope he can make some sort of a contribution.
I was made up that we were signing an Italian player. I didn't know who it was at the beginning. Liverpool interested in an Italian star. I went, whoa. I thought it was Bastoni, and being honest, I thought it was him. And I went, that's me, you know what I mean? And the next, when I seen his name, I went, he's injury prone. And that was the appeasement, and I keep saying it. And he's, he's fed up here.
Well, he's fed up.
I get what you're saying, Frank. My point is that, of course, I want every player that gets their signs for Liverpool to do well. That's it. And of course, he's injury prone. We all knew that. So we all knew that we were taking the gamble. Whether it was 30 million or 13 million, it made no difference. We wouldn't have got him for 13 million if he wasn't injury prone. So that's why we got him for that price. And, I'm frustrated with the sort of signings and the policies that we have used and implemented under these current owners. I am so frustrated with it. But what can we do? I mean, it's embarrassing. It's embarrassing if he goes back to Italy on loan. It is absolutely embarrassing. We should but that goes back to my very point that I made, was what happened to when you sign a player that they have to pass medical first before the deal comes through. That does not seem to be the case, and it doesn't seem to be the case for Liverpool.
No.
We made a couple of other bad signings, didn't we? Mello, and also the lad from Preston, centre half. Davis. He never played.
Davis, yeah.
Steve Calker, do you remember him? Defender, and we played him up front.
Yeah, and did we sign a lad from Aberdeen as well, Frank? Was it sign a fullback from Aberdeen? I never had it. What's happened to him? He's got injured.
Well, anyway, I'm going to the side here. I hope he agrees here anyway. Oh, you know, he might have a little bit of
Ready for you there. He's ready for you.
He might have a little critique here. Right. And it's the Anfield Roar. My team for tomorrow: Kelleher, Conor Bradley, Gomez, Quansah, Semikas, Endo with an E, Endo, Martin, Jones, Morrison, Nunes, Gapco, and the bench: Yaros, Davis, Miles, Kanate, Robbo, Gravenberch, Corness, Nioni, and Diaz. No Mo Salah whatsoever. What's your take on that particular team, and even including the subs?
Still going.
Yeah, no, it's, no Dom, I guess, as well. No Soboslai. I'm just reading the names again here. I'm trying to think. Well, I would keep Salah around. I would keep Soboslai around either in the bench or in the field.
Definitely.
He needs to rotate. So the goalkeeper, hopefully, he doesn't have to sub him. Then you have 10 players, right? If you think of it, you got 5 substitutions plus the 10 players. So you got mainly 15 players. So who you want to rest, how long you want to play them. The 5 that you're not going to rest, if you pin them down, so you can say, arguably, you can say Gomez, Quansah. I would say Endo. I wouldn't, sub him. I would add another midfielder, so either Nioni or Morton, depending on how the game is. And the 5th one, I don't know, depending on the game, how it goes and who's fit, maybe Bradley. So Bradley, Gomez, Quansah, Endo, potentially one of the other 2 mids with Endo. The rest, I would say, play whoever and bring in a sub for them in the second half. That will be the best way to rotate. You will have leaders in the field at the same time, so you could start with Robo. Robo is a leader. I would have him, or you say, okay, no, I'm going to start with Simikas. Well, okay, then maybe I will have Salah for the first half.
Okay, let's go to George on this. That team there, George.
Yeah.
Now, there's no Trent. There's no Trent whatsoever. There's no Virgil. Who would they make captain?
I would take them all. I'd take them all down there, to be honest, I'd take them all down there and I'd make decision before the game because, it's still an important game. I know we say it's not quite as important, but like Sean, I like to win trophies. Slaughter want to win a trophy.
Yeah.
You want to do an away trip for the fans to Wembley and all that goes with that. So I would have, an understrength team. I understand that. But on the bench, you've got to have the stars there to come on if things aren't going well. You've got to have Salah there. You've got to have Nunes there. You've got to have... There's no way you can go out there with a team of reserves against Brighton unless they play a team of reserves. It might even it up a bit. But I would definitely take Salah because he can cause damage anytime. He's on for 15 minutes, 20 minutes. So I would take them all. But I would play a similar team we've been discussing previously with Gomez and with, in the midfield, Endo, and I'd leave Gravenberch out, give him a rest because he's played almost every game. I might play Szoboszlai because he needs games. Jones needs games, and Endo. And up front, I think you've had a little choice. You've got to play really Gakpo or Diaz, Nunes or Salah, because that's all we've got up front as far as I can understand.
Yeah, and they're as we've said all along, George, they're able to score against anybody.
Of course they are, absolutely.
They're fantastic. Fantastic. But, just looking at that team that he has actually put out, as I said, there's no Virgil or Trent, George. And I
would take them, definitely.
Who would you make captain out of them?
Gomez.
Gomez, because he's the
Gomez,
longest
Gomez,
serving.
probably the most senior player, hasn't he? Been there the longest, I would imagine. Yeah.
But what about Enzo? He's captain of Japan.
Yeah, well, that wouldn't be a bad idea. I mean, he needs games because he's had few games this year, and he's a warrior. He works hard. He closes down. He tackles. He wouldn't let us down. I don't think he let us down last year, to be honest.
Okay, I'm going to you right away, Sean.
Yeah.
If we can get to January, says Jay, within 3 points of the top, or 3 clear, I think Slot will spend and we will win a lot. The problem, Jay, is that he's not allowed to spend. Sean?
If my auntie had, should be my uncle. I mean, it's you know, it's like just going back on the previous point. I think we can't underestimate Brighton. I mean, Brighton away from home is a difficult game for us. So I definitely wouldn't. I can't see Slot changing or drastically rotating the squad that much. We also have to take into consideration that Szoboszlai, you know, his confidence needs to grow a bit. He needs to have some chances there. Same with Núñez. Núñez needs deliveries into the box as well. So you've got to feel somewhat a stronger squad than that. Going back to if we get within 3 points of the top or 3 clear, it all depends on FSG and Julian Ward. And I think what you're going to see is, and I see Frank, I see Frank biting his lip there. I can't see you signing anything in January. I really can't. You'll probably hear as what Frank has already said a couple of times. You'll see the 3 boyos signing a contract, and that will be they're as good as a signing. Now, I personally can't see Trent. I don't see Trent staying at the club. That's my view on it. I think it's 50-50 with Salah, and it's I think Virgil is more likely to sign a contract than both Trent and Salah. But we'll hear the same spiel as we've heard every January, and that's, you know, no player wants to leave mid-season. It's always hard to sign a player in January. You always have to spend more in January, and we're not prepared to do that.
Right. I think this particular comment, you know, you can look at it both ways. And it's the Anfield draw. Now, don't forget, he goes to the game, every game. He's season ticket holder. He watches everything. And he says a small word on Darwin Núñez. I've enjoyed his off-the-ball work rate, but where is what we paid £85 million for? His goal-scoring prowess is poor, and he doesn't seem to improve. I would like a trade-in. Judge.
No, I wouldn't trade him. I think he's, you know, I mean, I agree with what the Anfield Road says about the goal scoring. He has scored goals, but not nearly as many as he should have done. He's missed an awful lot, especially last year. You know, he's an asset to the team up front. It was proved by that run he made on that big game at the weekend. I don't think you should trade him in. I mean, at the end of the season, let's see what happens. But, you know, I mean, I think Slot's encouraging him at the moment. He's playing him and he's giving him confidence. And, you know, he can score goals. He's a quality player, but 85 million, Anfield Road is right, is a lot to pay if you're not going to get goals regularly. You need to be scoring regularly. Jota comes into that category a bit more as a quality class striker. Núñez is more a runner, but when he scores, he tends to score spectacular goals and miss simple ones. You know, I like him personally. I like his effort, and the crowd love him. So
he's showing efforts, isn't he? He is showing efforts. He is all over the place.
He does what a Liverpool player should do. Puts 100% into every game.
Yeah, but as the Anfield says, but he's not scoring, and that's what we've paid the money for.
Yeah.
Sean.
It's very difficult. It's like in United with a Haaland guy, Hogland, whatever his name is. They paid 75 million. He scored about 3 goals. It's very difficult. There's no many world-class strikers that are regular goal scorers. We've got Harry Kane, Haaland. I'm beginning to struggle now.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, if you get rid of Darwin, then who do you replace him with? It's all well and good talking about getting rid of him, but who's a natural number 9 anymore? Yeah. It seems to be kind of a dying art form. I mean, if you look at Bobby didn't score all that much, but his big, and because you had Mane and you had Salah, but he certainly contributed to the game. Now, obviously, we don't have Mane and we have Salah, but so then you're kind of looking at some sort of effort from Núñez. And look, if he's coming from the front, going all the way to the back to do defensive duties, I mean, you can't say anything bad about that. That's that shows commitment.
Really important.
Absolutely. I mean, you could look at him as another Dirk Kuyt, who was a workhorse for Liverpool and was that type of player who covered quite a lot of ground and did more running than any other player. I want to see him do well. I really do. But obviously people are going to be looking at the 85 million price tag. There's going to be question marks over that. I've heard it like in pubs, and we paid 85 million for that. I think what has people asking questions is the amount of times that he is caught offside, the amount of times that he's been, he's had an opportunity on goals and has missed a sitter, and he tends to score the most spectacular of goals and miss the sitters. So I think if he can improve his communication with the rest of the team and improve his positioning on the pitch, and again, I don't think he had all that bad a game, but we go back to Kelleher on the long balls. If he had probably a better delivery in that game, then maybe he would have had better opportunities. So give him till the end of the season, see how he does, but give him his games. And I think with Jota injured, he has an opportunity now.
Well, okay, before I go to sides on this particular comment that Anfield Raw made, Reggie, he replied to him and he said, Raw, just on this season alone, Darwin doesn't get fed much, so he has to deal with the scraps at times. Go on, Side. Would you agree with that comment?
I kind of agree with that comment, and I agree with what Sean as well was saying. He was not fed that much. Maybe if the delivery of the long balls was better, Darwin Núñez might have better chances. He is getting better. He is getting a full chance now. He's out. He's the only, I would say he's the best 9 that we have currently in the squad. So I wouldn't sell him because I don't believe FSG can replace him if we had that luxury. So that is there's multiple reasons why I wouldn't sell him. First, he's showing some progress. I would love to see better English from him so he can communicate with his colleagues.
Yeah.
I want him to work on that. He has a lot of passion. His work rate is being really high, and the goals will come. I think Slot style. We didn't see it yet. Slot just started with only 2 things: breaking from the midfield and long balls to the wings. I think there's way more to it, and the players didn't adjust yet to it. He's been our manager for 4 months.
Yeah. Okay. The Anfield Raw. Now, here's what he says. Trent not only passed that ball, he also took the corner that we scored from. I've set myself for Trent to go, and we all need to concentrate on a difficult summer as positions need filling. That's a powerful statement, that. Not just a comment, but that's a powerful statement.
Yeah.
Some brilliant, absolutely brilliant comments here, boys.
Yes.
Honestly.
Yeah, there's been some great conversation between us.
And they're very knowledgeable about the game, aren't they? Yeah.
It's been really good to see.
It is. The thing is, says the Judge Red, the thing is, they nearly got rid of Gomez as well. We must improve the squad in January, or it will eventually catch up with them, George.
Yeah, it did last year, didn't it? We were leading the table with about 7 or 8 games to go, and then it just imploded. You know, I agree. We've got to strengthen. I've always said this, Frankie. You know, you strengthen when you're at the top, not when you're at the bottom. You strengthen when you're in the pole position and go all the way to win the league. You know, I mean, we've been unlucky with against City these last 3 or 4 years, where we've been so unlucky with vital points in last games just lost, which is very upsetting for everybody. So we've got a chance this year. You know, we're not the finished article, without doubt, but we're better than we thought we would be, and we're up there second top, and we've got only a point behind. So we've got to strengthen. You know, I agree with Syed what he said before about up front. We do need another attacker, a quality attacker to back up that front four. We definitely need a DM to keep the defence tight. A quality one as well, to be honest. You know, I think if we get that, we're in business. We've got a really good squad. We've got world-class players throughout the team, and we've proven it in the results we're achieving. So, you know, not long now till the transfer window starts. I agree with Sean said it's difficult to sign players in January because people don't want to leave and people try and get more money. Clubs can try and get more money. The agents are trying to get more money for players. But this worries me, this Trent Alexander, Salah and Van Dijk situation, because to get into this situation is really untenable. You know, it's about what 250 million worth of players can go for nothing. You know, and I just hope you're right, Frank, that we sign all three. I'd settle for that actually in one way, but
that's what I mean, George. You fell right into it.
Yeah,
like
it's psychologically it
is.
Yeah, I agree with you. I know.
It's the easiest thing to fall into.
Taken the same way. Everybody's going to say, "Oh, thank God this signed. We're all right now." We're not all right now. We need supplements. We need.
And I mean, bear in mind, guys. I mean, Newcastle. I mean, they were up in arms over Mike Ashley because of the lack of money that they used to spend during the transfer windows, and then the amount of players that they got rid of. We've been with this crowd for God knows how long. I can't even remember how many years at this rate. But they have failed on quite a lot of transfer windows to invest in the club. And we've put it on the long finger, getting a proper goalkeeper, getting a proper defence. It took us years to get that. And we can talk about, well, we're doing things the Liverpool way, whatever. That's all well and good, romanticising and you know, talking about, you know, not throwing money needlessly and all of that. Football is about money, unfortunately. And if you want to be up there with the big boys, then you've got to invest. And that's it. And invest smart. Not throwing 13 million at an injury-prone player who's going to be injured for you. I think we need an awful lot more this summer, and especially if Salah hasn't said anything. Rami Abbas, his agent, is a tough cookie, and he's a bit of a mouthy individual on X. I don't think that's done and dusted. I think we're 50-50 on that. I think Salah could go or stay. It really depends on the sort of contract we're prepared to offer him. If we are even offering him a contract, there's nothing to say that we actually are. I mean, all we know is that Virgil is talking. But if Salah and Trent leave, we're looking at possibly needing about 6 players this summer. At least 6 players. How do you replace Salah? How do you replace Trent?
Well, he's irreplaceable virtually at the moment, isn't he? There's nobody in world football. There's nobody in world football that would replace him adequately, I don't think.
No.
The other thing, Sean, is what about and Frank inside? What about Real Madrid? Real Madrid can't sign everybody, can they? So where's Salah going to go? Where would he go? Would he go to Saudi? I don't think so. Not at this stage in his career, anyway. Would he go to PSG? I don't think so. There's only Barcelona and Real Madrid. What's his options?
I can't see him signing with Real. I'd say Barcelona.
He can't, surely.
You know,
you can't sign every player in the world. I mean, it's I don't see him going there. So I think he'll stay, personally.
Yeah, he wants to stay. He's come out and said it.
Yeah.
He's happy. His children are happy going to school. Yeah. His wife loves it.
Yes.
His wife can go out into town and do a shopping and, whatever she does. She goes
He's after a legacy, a goal scorer, and he can go right up to the top 3 in the Premier League history charts, and Liverpool's history as well. I mean, what he's achieved, an absolute icon for his life. I mean, why would he go somewhere else now after what he's done?
But guys, I mean, okay, I see Red you saying, I keep telling you, Mo has records to break. He's staying. He's staying if he's given a contract. If he's not given a contract and told, sorry, good night, bye, then he's not staying. So it's a player like let's say Milner wanted to stay at Liverpool. Jurgen wanted him to stay at Liverpool, and yet he went. The same with Bobby. So, if we don't offer him a contract, he's gone. That's it.
But for Mo, it shouldn't be about money, Sean, should it? It shouldn't be about money for Mo. He's earning, how much is it? 300. How much does he earn? I mean,
350, I think, or something like that. Yeah,
a week. Is that a week?
Yeah,
I think so. Yeah, God love.
That's over £1 million a month, man. Come on. Even with tax off it, why would he want any more money than that? It must be about football, about legacy, about enjoyment. I don't understand it. I may be a bit
old. George, I think it's completely different nowadays. We've got to stop thinking that players will stay for the club because they want to become legends at the club. I don't think there's those types of players anymore.
I agree.
Like your Steven Gerrards. I just players will. I mean, that's why Lenny Euro decided to go with that sinking ship in Old Trafford, because they promised him that he was going to stay, or that he would get first team football. They promised that he was going to earn a good bit of money, and that's why he went there.
Well, did you hear Roy Keane of the weekend? He just stood there a bit, said, if you want loyalty, buy a dog. And that was having to go at Salah staying or not staying, Anyway, I hope, like Frank, I hope they stay. I hope they sign. And we'll see in the next few months anyway, won't we?
Well, we'll see in the next, I think the next 6 weeks, we'll see.
Yeah.
And it's just what you said, George. And we will be relieved. The side will be relieved. Sean will be relieved. Yourself, George, I'll be relieved. I'll be made up. Because here's what I say, and I keep saying it. They see dollar signs over those 3. And there's no way that they're going to let's say Trent go on a cheap deal. There's no way. They can't ask for the money that they want, right? Or, and let him go free. So if he signs, they're going to ask. If he's going to sign like a 3-year contract, say, let's just say.
You pay the money to him, yeah.
Oh, it's not, Real Madrid or whoever wants to sign Trent Arnold was have to pay a phenomenal fee for him. That's the way. That's the way they look at it. This is business, as they say in New York. Those mobsters.
Yeah.
So you've got the big Verge. The big Verge has got three excellent seasons left in him.
Yeah, absolutely. The way he plays, yeah.
And like Mo as well. Mo would walk into any side in Europe. Europe, never mind Saudi. Right. So the dollar signs over him as well. That's why there's no way that they're not going to sign. unless Virgil comes out and says, I want to go. I want to go at the end of the season.
Yeah,
I want to go at the end of the season. I'm more. They won't say that.
You're looking at about 450 million going on a free at the end of the season. 450 million, guys. Crazy. I mean, like you've got to get your head around that. All those who you know love FSG and think that they're our saviors. I know Frank loves when he hears that, but
I mean, you know, it's every week you wind me up.
Sorry,
man. Like that, don't get it worked up.
Like that, you, Frank.
But I mean, Frank, I've heard that too. I mean, when I had my YouTube channel and I was getting dogs abuse and whatever, when I was like, guys, these are businessmen. They don't give a rat's behind whether they saved us or not. They looked at buying a club with massive potential and looking to get a massive profit out of it. And that's what they're doing. That's what they've done. It wasn't, well, they saw like a big signal in the sky, like Batman, and they went to Anfield with their capes on. There's none of that. They saw a club on the steel. And you will never get Liverpool Football Club for that price ever again. No. That's a fact. But going back to what I'm saying, no one can convince me that this is good business. Or they're good business people, and the way that they go about things, even Sky Sports and any of them up in LSC TV, and any of those who are, you know, towing the corporate line and coming out with the spiel that the club want them to come out with. No one can convince me that it's good business to allow 3 of our most important players to go down to the end or the last 6 months of their contract. Doesn't matter if they've gone through transitions of sporting directors. There was someone above that sporting director that could have stepped in and said, hold on a second, there are these 3 players that mean an awful lot to this club, are absolutely important for this club. We need to keep them. We need to
you're absolutely spot on, Sean. Absolutely spot. I mean, it's ridiculous. We're the only club that's in that position. Can't think of another club that's got 3 world-class players that are free this year. You know, Man City, it doesn't happen to Man City, does it? You know, it doesn't happen to those guys or Arsenal, main rivals. So, I mean, you're right. I mean, somebody should have seen this coming at least a year, 18 months ago, 2 years ago, and got these boys signed up until the age of 35.
Yeah, but I mean, it was the same with Genie. It's the same with Milner. It's the same with Bobby. I mean, these guys, you know, have their way of doing things. And they implement it in the football, and they don't have the foggiest thing about football. They don't care about the club as much as we all do.
Well, they're not football people, are they? They're not football people.
No, they haven't a clue.
They're not.
They haven't a clue. Anyway, Luca talks ball. Hey, Luca. I hope you're well.
My name is Luca.
Luca talks ball.
Luca,
he's an Arsenal fan, by the way.
Names.
Luca the Italian. And Red Juice says, does anyone remember when Klopp said, we'll don't play with an out-and-out striker? That's what Jürgen said. I'll say that in English, if I might.
Because that was a terrible Jürgen impression.
You don't play with an out-and-out striker. Like, what are you talking about?
What are you doing?
We can say these things, you know, with German accents. We wouldn't say it before because Jürgen might have been looking in. Anyway,
you sound like, I don't know whether you've ever watched Father of the Bride. Hans?
Yeah.
Oh my darling, what are we doing with you?
Yeah.
Remember that Hogan Zeros and the you know, that German fast. Nothing you're talking about, Hogan. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? Anyway,
hello.
Like, I'm going straight to you, side. Ali Danus. This is our Romanian friend, by the way. Big Red. Haaland, Kane are poachers. Nunes is a lot more than a centre forward. His work rate is great. Always change the flanks. Put pressure on the defenders. Nunes is way more important in a team than a poacher only. Size.
It depends, like your style of your play. If you want, someone like Haaland or Kane, out and out striker, or if you want someone who can play a false nine, play a striker, help you track back, link up with any of the wings. So it depends on your style, what you need, right? One thing I just wanted to mention, I just remembered now. Yesterday, I was listening to an Egyptian pundit. His name is Abu Treka, so he's a really good friend and close friend to Salah, by the way. And he was saying that Salah camp is actually now very happy with Liverpool because the contract negotiations started with Van Dijk and nothing. It's crickets when it comes to Salah's contract negotiation. So Salah camp is not really happy about that. They didn't even approach his camp about the contract.
That makes me furious.
I know. I see what you're saying, Sean, and I kind of agree. I think Trent is gone. Is not going to be with Liverpool. Van Dijk, the negotiation is happening, and I think Van Dijk will stay. But Salah worries me a lot because if Salah is gone, oh my God, we're going to need, with Trent gone and Salah gone, we're going to need like freaking 4 or 5 players. Is FSG going to open the freaking bank and buy 5 players? I don't see that happening. So,
Will I be Australia? I think Szoboszlai is another player struggling and a position we need more goals from. Okay, that's what IBR says.
Yeah.
And Lucas says, you okay? Yes, we're all okay there, Lucas. Yeah. Liverpool top 2 replacements for Salah. That's what you're saying, to be honest. Him going, your worries about some size, he's going to go. There's Rodrigo and Kudos.
He's left wing, isn't he, Rodrigo?
So what do you think? What do you think about what IBR says? I think Szoboszlai is another player struggling and a position. I don't think, I'm being honest here, I really don't think that people give him the credit for what he does. I was watching a pod today, and it's a fella who just talks football. He's not a Liverpool supporter, he's not a Man U supporter or anything. And he just talks about football. And he was given the positional play of Szoboszlai. And he said, I don't think Liverpool fans appreciate what he does. Boy, he doesn't half cover some things, It's incredible what he does. And some say, he's running around like a headless chicken. He's closing down their play.
I was interviewed by a Hungarian sports blogger when I was over in Anfield. I think it was for the Atalanta game. It was the Atalanta game. And they were saying, what do they think of Szoboszlai? And I like Szoboszlai. I think he's a great player. I really do. And I think, there's a big magnifying glass over him and his performance because of what Slot said. And because he's a relatively, this is his second full season, but you can't really say it's his second full season because he was out with injury last season. So I think he's got massive potential. He's the Hungarian captain.
Yeah.
I know from people, my cousin's husband is Hungarian. I have work colleagues that are Hungarian and they sing his praises. They think that he's a great player. I was on a YouTube channel there a year before we actually signed Szoboszlai, and they had pointed him out as a potential very, very good signing. So I am without a doubt a fan of Szoboszlai. I'm sure that he'll come good. It's just a matter of finding his feet, finding his form, finding his confidence, and the more games he gets and the more he gets to fit into the slot game, I think I think he'll play a lot better. I think McAllister has played a lot better under slot.
Yeah, they play well together, that midfield. Gravenberch, Szoboszlai, and McAllister.
Yeah.
That's the cracking midfield, really. Szoboszlai
well, that's the core of the team, isn't it? That's the heartbeat of the team. That's why those three get picked all the time. And Jones comes in now.
Keep them fit. Keep them three fit. And Jones is a good backup as well, but keep them fit, Szoboszlai, I wish he'd shoot a bit more because he's got a powerful shot. Get himself in positions at the edge of the box and have a go. Because when he first came, he scored a couple of really good long-range goals. But no, I like him like Sean. I do. I think he's a super player.
At least Anfield Road says when Lucas says, Rodrigo and Kudos, he said, no, he says. And Lucas says, just subscribe.
Well done.
Or is that like just subscribe? I just subscribed.
Just subscribed, yeah.
Yeah, thank you so much. Because the algorithm needs getting up there.
Let's have a look at where you're at now.
Yeah.
Look at this. They've been arguing the red room. I'm feeling wrong. They've been arguing up and down.
Where's the whiskies?
No, he's talking here. He says, now drink these and loads of that. All this arguing has made me thirsty.
Have a birthday drink.
And someone asked, how long is Jota? When is he coming back? He's coming back.
His ribs, didn't he? Injured his ribs.
Jota hopefully back for the Southampton 24th of November.
Oh.
That's what Ian Max says. It's just nuts, isn't it, really, the way...
Tell you what, Man City struggled to beat Southampton, didn't they?
Yeah.
They're not that convincing this season.
That's what I'm thinking, Sean, when I've seen that game. I thought they could have drawn that game. They hit the crossbar towards the end, Southampton. I think we can take them this year.
I think so too, and I mean, we're playing them at home, so being the 12th man, we absolutely just sing.
Be up for that one, yeah. They'll be up for it. One of the crowd will be up for that one.
Exactly.
The Anfield Roller said, Reggie have been arguing on the swapping pints and everything, buying each other pints, and listen to this one. Reggie says, "Raw, me missus always tells me, you love arguing." I wonder how many wives say that to their husbands, you love arguing. My Francine says that to me.
Possibly.
You're not half grumpy, Dad. And I go, I'm not really. She says, you're not. So you can't argue with her. So IBR says Jota out for another 4 to 5 weeks, that was shocking, and that fella never got booked.
Never got booked, shocking.
That was shocking, that. And Ali Danouche says, I'm 80% sure that Salah and Trent will leave, and Virgil is 50-50.
My God, if that happens.
I know. It's going to be a disaster, man.
Well, I mean,
they're not going to buy the players that we already need, let alone if we lose.
Like I say, I'm not sure where Salah. I'm just not sure where Salah would go, to be honest.
I hope he stays.
He wants to stay. I believe he wants to stay at that club. I believe he wants to stay at that club.
But they need to put a contract in front of him, though.
That's right. Absolutely, they need to get a contract out there.
Sean, just read that comment out. Just have a little chat about it. I've got to go for the link. Okay. Go ahead, read it out. Can you read it?
Sorry, my eyesight's really bad. Mo in on at least 1 million a week with all his endorsements. So George is right. It shouldn't be about the money. Man's a multimillionaire. But that's fine. It shouldn't be about the money. But football is about the money, and these players don't play. It's not about loyalty anymore. Unfortunately, you don't get, the likes of Steven Gerrard or the likes of Paul Scholes or the likes of Jamie Carragher. These players do not stay at one club nowadays. It just does not happen, and that's unfortunate. Now, I believe if he's given a contract, he'll stay, but he has to be given a contract in order to stay. If the club don't give him a contract, there's no point in talking about what he has been given. He has nothing to stay for if they don't give him a contract. So unless they give him that, we can talk about. And I mean, this is something that FSG do and their minions do, is they villainize these players for going for money. They did that with Genie, and I thought it was disgraceful. I thought Genie wanted to stay, to be honest with you. I think Mo wants to stay. And I think if Mo leaves, or if Trent leaves, or both of them leave, guaranteed you will see media and you'll see the minions villainizing these players because they're leaving because of the money. I think definitely Virgil wants to stay, and I definitely think that Mo Salah wants to stay. Not too sure about Trent.
Yeah, I think I agree with you about Salah. I think he does want to stay, And what I said, it's not about the money, Sean. I mean, obviously money is the thing in the game these days. It's all about money.
Oh, yeah.
Every level, whether it's directors, whether it's everything, is all about money. The way that they treat the supporters, the way they plow everything into corporate hospitality and forget the scousers in the stand. It's all about that side of the business. Capitalists sort of making money, investments, buying the club cheap, selling it for a lot of money and all the rest. But, the heart of the game to me is still football.
Absolutely.
That's what I live and breathe, football.
Yeah.
I'm old-fashioned, obviously. I come from a different era. But, my era was about football, love of the game, passion, enthusiasm, the crowd. Everything was the same as it is today in that sense. But the money was with the clubs then, not with the players. Now the money is with the players. That's because of the Bosman ruling, which went free transfers. You can leave at the end of a season. We never could do that. We had to stay. Otherwise, the club got rid of us or we were put on the transfer list. Now, you got this stupid situation that a player can deliberately run his contract down and his agents encouraging him to do this. So that at the end, he gets a big cut, 10% of 200 million fee or something, Now, this situation with Salah and the others, there's no fee involved because they'll go on a free.
Yeah.
So it would be a negotiation between the player to give the agent a cut from his wages. So how that works, I don't know. But it's a right mess.
Yeah, no, I'm not disagreeing with you, George. What I'm saying is that if you don't offer the player a contract, he can't accept it or decline it. Do you know what I mean? That's what I'm saying. I think if they offer him less than what he's on, I think.
Oh no, they can't do that. They can't do that. I mean, that's untenable. They'd have to offer a little bit more. I mean, I'm not talking about giving him a stupid, ridiculous amount of money. If they gave him more than he's on now and give him a 2-year contract, you would think he would be happy to stay. But who knows?
Well, I think it might be a case of maybe duration, more so than anything else. For him, I think he wants to stay on for the rest of his career. I think that. I really do think that. I think he loves the club. He loves the people. He loves the city. He loves the fans, and I do think he wants to stay. But I just don't know if FSG are prepared to give him a contract or give him a contract. They're
very quiet, the club, aren't they? The club are very quiet.
Yeah.
There's nobody making any statement at all, which is crazy. The fans need to be in the picture, really.
And the fact that he's quiet and he's not saying anything makes me worried. I'd love that the next game he's interviewed. Do you know what I mean? I really do. I mean, I'd love to know what's going on, but I just do not trust these owners, and I don't trust them to do what's best for the club, and then again you'll hear, well, there's no player bigger than Liverpool Football Club. That's all well and good in saying that, but all these players, you know, are what makes Liverpool Football Club tick. We need these players, you know, and to have the, you know, 450 million worth of players leave on a free is just horrendous business.
Joe, it's funny. I remember when Frank, you remember when Steve Gerrard was going to go to Chelsea after the European Cup final, when Chelsea were after him, and I think he almost signed, didn't he? And there was ructions in Liverpool. I mean, he's put under a lot of pressure, Steve, by certain elements of the support and others, and fans can turn quite quickly against their idols.
Well, the thing is with Stevie that time, if you remember, George, came out with a statement and said, I was never approached after the final. They promised to approach me, you know, for a new contract. And he never approached me, and I couldn't get hold of them.
That's right.
That's what he said. He said they were all on holiday. He said, what am I supposed to do? They're coming in. They were talking to me agents and whatever, you know. Steven Gerrard didn't want to really go, to be honest.
No.
Because as someone said there about Mo Salah, you know, he doesn't need money or whatever. Neither did Steven Gerrard, because he was one of the highest paid Liverpool footballers in history. Every week. He became a multi-millionaire at Liverpool alone.
Need money, to be fair.
Alone. So, he didn't need the money. He loved to do it. He's a Liverpool lad. He's a Liverpool football fan. He was captain of his club. He was winning things. The only thing that he never won was a Premiership, and that's to say. But what about this comment, George? If Amarams goes for Man United, it will worry me, as he was our choice before Sloot, George.
Yeah, he was, wasn't he? We were talking about him at the start of the season, weren't we? There was one other guy. I mean, and he was like favourite to be given the job, and I don't know why he didn't take it. Whether he didn't, was it the release clause, the £8 million they wanted to release his contract or something? I can't remember.
Yeah.
Sporting Lisbon. But again, you see, he's manager of Sporting Lisbon. I mean, there's only two teams in Portugal, Benfica and Sporting Lisbon. So, you know, who knows whether he's as good as he's made out to be. Proof, you know, to wait and see. You know, I'm quite happy at the moment that we did get Slot. So far, you know, nobody can say he's doing a bad job.
Yeah, no one's saying that. But as IBR says, I think someone else says something.
Yeah,
I'm saying Amarams a done deal with him, and Callum says Manchester United has tried to be smart by going for a guy Michael Edwards went for, and that's him. Yeah. But getting back to us, I really believe that the way, do you know, like the football and director I don't know what he's there for. I really don't. If he goes right up to next summer, he's got a year's wages, good wage, for nothing.
Not signed anybody. I signed one.
Yeah. And look at him. Chiesa, Alby City fella. But you've got this sort of like background where nothing's happening. And as we've been saying here, every one of us, even on the chat, that we do need someone in January. And what if that doesn't happen?
It won't. It won't happen. No. I would nearly put €20 that it won't happen.
See, for me, I would love to have the Brighton sporting director, not Hughes.
Yeah, they picked up some nice players, Brighton, haven't they?
And if you have the ability to keep these players, now you would build a phenomenal squad, because they struggle to keep these players, right? Callister, Caicedo, you know, the list is long. And even currently, they have a really, really good players, you know, to pick from. I don't know. Anyway, guys, Is this stammer being bad news? Come on, Reggie, give me a break, man.
I'm gonna get out. You must that. This has to be read out.
I wanted to leave, but sure. Okay.
Tamer, bringing off bad news not got me hoping most days where, as before, Tamer's bad news is I was convinced Mo would stay. I'm gonna have nightmares now. Thanks, Tamer.
Sorry, Reggie.
Yeah, you'd be optimistic. You'd be optimistic he'll stay.
Yeah. No, Mo wants to stay.
He looks happy to me.
Mo wants to stay, but he needs a contract in front of him. They didn't even talk to him.
Yeah, we'll have to start soon. We'll have to start soon.
It's a disgrace. It's a disgrace. I mean, look, you know, on a plus side, Redu, I mean, we're talking about just briefly Amaran going to Man United. I was looking at what Paddy Power were saying about the whole thing, and they were saying that Man United's form looks like a Welsh town, DDLWDDT. And the other thing is, you know, getting the likes of Southgate instead of Ten Hag is like replacing a T-shirt after you shit your pants. So,
a joke, aren't we?
You know, there's so much that they need to sort out there. We just need to tweak a few things. We need to make necessary spending. They need to clean up an attitude and it's just rotten from.
We've got a terrible situation now. A lot of the staff have been got let go. All the staff behind the scenes have been sacked. You know, they've got a stadium is falling down. They're 14th in the league. Amarin comes in. He's going to have a long time to get that squad sorted out, I'll tell you.
Yeah.
But Paul Beck says, you know, part of our problem for midfielders is they don't shoot from outside the box.
Yes.
Hence, lack of goals. Yes. What would you say about that? And Ali Danus, he says, we can use Szoboszlai as right wing, Elliott, Gakpo, Diaz, maybe. There are solutions. Szoboszlai played many times as a right winger in his national team. George, what would you say about that?
Well, he's a right-sided player, isn't he? He does play a lot on the left-hand side. He does move out wide quite a lot, but as I said, Salah is firstly irreplaceable in that position, but as an option, I suppose he would be the main. He would be the main person who'd probably go out there. Gakpo tends to be left wing, doesn't he? You know, he's more left wing cutting in. So Szoboszlai would be okay out there. I mean, we see when Trent's playing, Trent goes down the wing a lot, doesn't he? I mean, Trent uses that space a lot as well. You know, that's been our success in the last few years. Robertson and Trent going down the wings and getting the ball in.
And I think that's what we're missing now, George.
Mane, Salah and Bobby.
Yeah.
You know, fantastic. But it's the same today. The speed in him is it's phenomenal.
He's a lot less selfish today. He's using the ball better and making nice passes for his colleagues, where before he was a bit selfish.
Yes, absolutely. I think
that's a lot of goals this year.
Oh, look at that, the Reds here. Welcome to our family, Luca. You'll never walk alone. Isn't that nice?
Nice. Yeah, lovely.
Nice. And Darryl says, George is 80. Whoop, whoop. You had a good one, George. I hope you had a good one, Georgie boy. Oh, that's lovely, that.
Thanks, Darren. Don't tell everybody. I'm going for 90 now.
Yeah, look at that now. When we were talking about Stevie, Ian Mack, I felt sick when I heard Stevie was thinking of leaving. Head slightly turned by Marino, charm offensive.
Yes.
How Dodgy changed his mind. Well, I was coming home in my car. I'd just finished a lecture at university and I'd just coming down. And I get home and I'm listening to this on the radio. Pulls into my little driveway. And I had on the back of my car a little sticker and it said, Stevie J, 8th wonder of the world. You know, on them sticker little, them sticker things. And I took it off. And I looked at it. and I just put us on the back seat, and I was sick. Went in, put the telly on, put the news on, like Northern News, and I seen some young lad burning Stevie's shirt, and I was sick as a pig.
Yeah, that's right. That's what happened. Yeah, people were giving them some grief on social media.
But the delight, like what you went before, George, the delight when he said, I'm not going, I'm signing a new contract. The relief.
Relief in the city, yeah.
Like when you said just before, George, when, we'll sign and it'll be a big relief to us all. And, we'll all go, was it signed, made up? So this is what it's all about. Between the owners, between us lot here and the chat, we're all worried about this particular, these 3 contracts. And as you said, George, you hit the nail on the head. What other team has 3 world-class players? 3 world-class players.
Nobody.
Go on a free transfer. That would never happen in any other team. So it's being allowed to fester. Sure.
Sorry, I have to go, Frank, but thank you so much, Frank. I just want to say goodbye, that's all.
Yeah, lovely to talk to you. Thanks for coming on. Brilliant.
Happy birthday, man. And see you around, Sean and Frank.
Yeah,
see
you take care.
See you guys.
Don't work too hard. Don't work too hard.
I'm trying, I got the screen on the side, but see you guys.
Cheers now.
Yeah. Bye-bye. Thanks.
I was sick now as well when Stevie was talking about leaving. It was horrible. But one thing I don't agree with is burning jerseys. It's ridiculous.
What's that, Sean?
I don't agree with when you saw fans burning the jersey.
Oh yeah, no.
I completely disagree with that. I think it's disrespectful to the club. You choose to wear or to print whatever name you have on the jersey, and if that player should leave, just don't wear the jersey. But to burn it is just, to me, you just don't do it.
Childish.
See the way our chat, our lads, they're all Reds, they're all concerned. They're all, they know the football. For God's sake, they know the football. And that's why we get great comments on it. And what Max says, we are screwed if they don't sign anyone in January. Squad, so right here. Squad doesn't have the depth to go right through till May without reinforcements. Sean.
Well, a real telltale sign of that was when you looked at the bench against Arsenal. You had 2 goalkeepers on the bench, which is unheard of. So that really tells a story in itself. If you have an injury now in the front 3, who in the Lord God are you going to put on? If you have an injury with Gravenberch, if you have an injury with Jones, if you have an injury with Virgil or Kanate, who do you put on?
Yeah.
I can't agree more with Ian Mack. But unfortunately with these owners, they will not cough up. They will not cough up. They will talk about not being able to compete with the likes of Chelsea, the likes of City, the likes of United. We don't want you to compete financially like they do. We want necessary spending. And that's where, anyone on X, anyone on social media should be calling that out rather than, talking about spending 200, 300, 400 million per window. It's not about that. It's about maintaining the competitiveness of the squad and keeping the depth of the squad, bulk it up so that we can compete, so that we're not complaining about 12 kickoffs, so we're not complaining about the fixture list or the congestion of the fixture list and all these cups that we're in, that we can put on a good side regardless of whether it's from the bench or whether it's our first 11. That's what you need to do in order to be competitive in the Premier League, whether it's the Champions League, the domestic cups, in football in general. That's what you got to do with club football.
Yeah.
And that's not going to change for Liverpool Football Club. And fans need to get their head around that.
You're right about the money as well. I mean, Man United have spent 600 million via Ten Hag and the 14th in the league. You know what I mean? So it's not the money; it's getting the blend. It's getting the blend of the right players in the right positions. Like Frank keeps saying about the DM, and then about maybe somebody to back up the forward line, and to keep. You've got to have a more in-depth squad. When you look at City's squad, City can put 2 first teams out.
Yeah, exactly. And it's about like there is not one player in the United team that I would want. Not one of them.
No, not one. I wouldn't have any.
They have stinking attitudes. Like Anthony, I think he was adopted. There's no way he's Brazilian. Absolutely
90 million they paid for him.
I wouldn't have paid 19 million.
No.
I'd sooner have had Chiesa twice over than Anthony. You know,
he's horrible in that, isn't he? Jesse.
Oh, he's horrible. But imagine getting your own personal photographer. I mean, sweet Mother of Mary. I just like it. It's just cringe. The whole thing is just cringe.
I mean, look at Rashford. He was scoring goals for fun a few years ago. Now he can't get a goal. He can't put it in the net. I mean, he lost his England place. It's just imploded United. Fernandes as well. He's supposed to be a good player, and he's all over the place at the moment. You know, even the fans are turning on him. As you talk about missed chances, you see the chances he missed on Saturday. It was unbelievable.
I mean, hold on till I just drink some Man United tears here, huh?
Well, Callum says, I'm drinking some energy, protein and everything, mate. I'm drinking that. Try and give me some energy. Anyway, Callum says, Brighton 0, Liverpool 1 tomorrow, clean sheet and Gapco scoring. How about that?
That would be nice. That would be perfect.
And George, go for 100, says Daryl.
I am Daryl. Don't worry, mate. Don't worry. But my son says if I reach 100, they'll take me to the White Cliffs of Dover and point to France.
Ali says, 80, question mark. I thought George is 40. Time flies. George, young guy from the right. I have your back. Yeah, see that?
Good man, Ali. Good man, Ali.
Lovely. And Reggie, Lost Boy, I hope you had a great birthday, you wonderful man.
I did have a lovely birthday. Fantastic, really. Lovely.
Ian Mack. I burnt my Paul Konchesky shirt, Sean. That was when he signed.
Ian, oh, God almighty.
I forgot about him, Paul Konchesky.
We
have had some duds.
Should have a little show on the worst duds ever to play for Liverpool.
The all-time dud was Sean Dundee.
And the best players we've ever signed as well.
All I've got to say, El Hadj Diouf, he's still talking crap about Liverpool. The guy, I hate the guy.
He was a disgrace. He was just as bad as Celtic as well.
Yeah.
What do you think of this?
At Rangers.
What do you think of this? We finish on this, okay?
Okay.
I don't know, George has to go. He has to have his cocoa. Don't you, George?
Have to have my Horlicks.
There's Horlicks. Oh, there's Horlicks. I used to love Horlicks, you know.
I loved Horlicks, yeah.
I was looking for, I went out with Francine, you know, shopping like. And I was looking for the Horlicks. And when we, you know, got to the till, I said, you know what, I wanted a jar of Horlicks. Or did we still sell them in glass bottles or you know? And she went, shut up, Dad. I started at the till, you know. She wasn't going to go and look for a jar of Horlicks or whatever that is. Anyway, shut up, Dad. Got to there. If you take Virgil, Mo and Trent from our first 11, then we're no better than Spurs and Chelsea.
You could say that about any team, really, if you take the 3 key players out.
I disagree with that. Chelsea have about 45 players. They've got 7 goalkeepers. I mean, like,
and they're all on 8-year contracts.
They're all on 8-year contracts. Like, I mean, like they have like a squad within a squad within a squad within a squad. Like, you know, Chelsea will be, I think, are coming into their own a bit. Spurs.
Yeah, that was a bad result for Spurs at the weekend against Palace.
Bad result for Spurs. My cousin's kid supports Spurs, and I was there with them, and he wasn't too happy. So,
but it just shows you there's no easy games in the Premier League, is there? Even Villa against Bournemouth, a late equaliser, 1-1. You know, you just can't. Every game's tough. Every game's a tough game. There's no easy games.
This is why we have to look at a transfer window like it's an opportunity to be competitive and make necessary spending, make necessary buys, not put it on the long finger. Because if you're putting it on the long finger, what is that saying? What message are you putting out there? Are you saying we don't want to be competitive this season? We'll try and be competitive next season, or we'll try and like, what are you doing? These players
it's all about now, isn't it? It's all about now.
It's all about now. These players are not going to sit around for 5 years until you have a 5-year plan. And guarantee you, the absolute wasters at United, they're not going to be sitting around for another manager to get his stuff together. Those players will be out, and they will be, you know, trying to get rid of the absolute deadwood that they have, and that's their problem.
I think one of the benefits for us, I've always said, is Anfield, playing at home. I don't think we'll lose many games at Anfield. That's always a bonus. We've got Brighton, we've got Man City, and we've got Aston Villa coming up, all at home. So if we can win them 3 games, and we're, you know, it's going to give us a right boost. And we've got Arsenal at home to come as well.
Yeah,
but
that's what I've always said about all these moaning people, these Arsenal supporters. Just get them at Anfield and give them another tenner.
Just give them a fight.
Yeah, there's no love lost between them now.
Callum says, happy birthday, George. La.
Thanks, Callum. That's my grandson's name. It's a lovely name, Callum.
And Darryl says, sorry, George, but Robbo going to be playing Costas now. We're going to be playing Costas now.
Well, we'll see.
Ali News, bring back King Balotelli to replace Mo. I don't like them jokes, Ali.
No, neither do I.
Save them jokes for Romania.
He was a crocker, wasn't he? Balotelli, Jimmy.
Oh, look at that. He buys all the scene to Darryl. And he keeps on. George, is now your time to get first team game boots on. Back on, George. Yeah.
There you go.
It would have to be walking football, Darryl.
Will you probably be? I'll probably no. I shouldn't joke about Chiesa there. I was gonna put in a joke there about Chiesa, but I won't.
No. But as I said, I was made up. There's Myra Page. Lovely Myra.
Myra.
The real heroes behind football match, forgotten heroes behind the scene of the match, like planners, strategies, medics, physiotherapists, and down to the water boy as part of the winning team.
Yeah,
Myra's a rugby fan, by the way. She's a rugby fan. Go on.
Players love all these people. You know, they build relationships with them. The backroom staff, you know, the kit man and the kit woman and the trainer and, you know, all the people that make the club, the girls in the canteen that serve the food, they all become very friendly with the players. You know, you see them get hugs everywhere. It's if you've got a good atmosphere behind the scenes, you've got a good atmosphere on the pitch.
Yeah.
And another thing that hadn't really been kind of brought up is the amount of times that the medics had changed under Klopp. That I think is kind of very unnerving as well, but wasn't really mentioned.
No. Complete new staff now, haven't they?
Yeah.
IBR says, happy birthday, George. Are you going to Ibiza or Las Vegas?
New Brighton.
Daryl says, nice everyone. Good night, Daryl.
God bless you, son.
Like Daryl.
Keep strong, Daryl, mate. Keep strong for little Lachlan. Okay, mate.
Lovely lad.
Keep strong.
Lovely lad, Daryl.
And the Reggie, he's a lovely fella. Catch you later, you great chaps and Reds in the chat, the chat top show. Top chat show.
All right, Reggie. I hope you've forgiven me.
Oh, that's Admire. Hi, everyone. I'm Frank. I admire it. It's great, honestly, when you jump in to see us. Really is. Really is. Bring back Ricky Lambert, says Callum.
Bring back Ricky.
Callum, we don't like that humour. We don't like that.
Half for a while, didn't he, Ricky Lambert?
Someone mentioned Barini before. Barini.
Do you remember him with the,
Do you know why he used to do that, by the way? So, I was at the game and he did that. He scored. I went,
was he shocked that he scored?
Well, what's he do that for? What's that all about? I said, he's taking off the ancient Romans, for victory. They used to put the swords in their mouth. And he went, how do you know? And I went like that because I lectured about the Roman Empire. And he went, oh, okay then.
I thought it was because he was shocked that he scored.
Scored too many, did he?
And do you know what? I was watching something on, remember that Aspas?
Oh, God.
Aspas, yes. Remember him, yeah.
And he when he went back to Spain,
he did very well, very well.
Frank, I'm going to have to go now. I can hear footsteps in the hall.
All right, George.
I'm getting the call from my other half.
It's not that. It's getting. She's got your Rolex ready, hasn't she?
Well, you meet her next week, so I look forward to meeting you next week.
Oh, yeah. Honestly.
Yeah, I've got to go then, Sean. Lovely to speak to you, Sean.
And you, George.
What's the news on next Tuesday, George?
Yeah, I'll do it next Tuesday. Yeah, I'll see you.
No, news on the show with us next Tuesday.
Yes. Jeff is he?
Yeah, he's Jeff as well.
Yeah, but Frank, I've got to go to the hospital. I'm getting to see a syringe.
Well, anyway, Jeff Gouldson's on with us next Tuesday.
I've got to turn my head that way sometimes, and I've got to change my glasses to see. That's the ones I can see the print, and that's the ones I can see your face.
He's like he's like the sides going on.
It's like Eric Morecambe.
Yeah. Well, he's coming on next Tuesday with us. Is Jeff Goulden.
Lovely, well, that's great. It'll be lovely to link up with Jeff.
That. So there'll only be the four of us on. Okay, no one.
That'll be a nice evening. Yeah, he's great, Jeff. He's brilliant, fantastic fella, absolutely brilliant. All right, then, boys. I better say good night.
All right, George. Look after yourself.
Look after yourself, man. See you soon.
Top guy.
He's great, isn't he?
Yeah. I'm really looking forward to reading the book, Frank. Really looking forward to reading it. It's an honor chatting to him.
It is, and wait till next week, and next Tuesday you'll be talking. I've been invited down to the this book launch.
Yeah,
he's written loads. I'll show you what he's written actually. Show you what he's written.
There's my wife.
The unfair road, amigo.
No.
Yeah, that's what he's coming on for, and that's what I've been invited down to. Klopp's last stand. Jeff Goulden. Great writer.
Yeah.
He's written loads,
I'm looking to get that actually.
See, George, he was the ghostwriter for George, by the way. You know, when he writ the Lost
Oh
Shadow.
yeah, no, I know that. Yeah, I was on with him before.
Yeah. And the voice of Anfield, Jeff Goulden. The Reds obviously Klopp's last stand, right there. The Reds obviously fantastic. We conquered all of Europe. Champions under lockdown. Everything. And even that one across Stanley Park, you know, Stanley Park, where the two grounds are situated. And the Untouchables. Fantastic. It really is fantastic. You know, he's a great fella, big red. And it'll be great to have him on. Really will. And take care, everyone, says Myra. Myra, take care, sweetheart.
Take care, Myra.
Bring on Rafa, says Cam.
I love Rafa. Love Rafa.
I should see him. Jeff Goldberg off Jurassic Park. No. I think there's a few dinosaurs what the lads have been there. The likes of Kanchelski and Big Bad Mario, Balotelli, Barini.
Aspas.
God. Wow. That Kanchelski, I reckon, was the worst signing ever.
Oh.
No, you can't say that, can you?
Well, I mean, when you look at
Balotelli there as well, you say, "Oh, can't blame me," you know.
And didn't Balotelli let off some fireworks in a hotel room with Ian Air or something like that? I was like, "Oh Christ!"
Exactly. And Callum says, "That text there, I could never pronounce his name.
No,
you know, they're all mad names." That Brazilian guy, I think he come from Spain, didn't he? Was he Spanish? Or was he Brazilian? I don't know.
What about the Portuguese Abel Xavier, who played for Liverpool
Everton and came to us.
Then Everton, yeah.
And he had blonde hair.
He dyed
his hair blonde.
Yeah.
We've had some whoppers though, haven't we? Sure.
Oh. And I mean, like, going back to, like, Souness, when he changed everything, and we had the likes of Julian Dix, and, oh, Jesus Christ, Julian Dix. Julian Dix looked like he just come out of the boozer and just put on, like, a jersey, and they came on and tried to play 90 minutes for Liverpool. It's like, what the hell is happening?
When we signed him, a mate of mine, you know, we were just chatting. We was having a couple of beers, and he went, "See you Liverpool signed?" I said, "No way." And he said, "Some porno star." I said, "Don't behave yourself." He said he must be with a name like Julian Dix.
Julian Dix, Jesus. That big head on him, like, honest to Christ. Bigger head than me. Honest to God. Look, he looked like he played for Liverpool, you know, the weekends, and then was a bouncer in a nightclub, then a sideline job.
Honestly, the Ali Danoush, the Romanian dread. Enjoy your night. See you next time. 2 hours above here. Take care. You never walk alone. By the way, Balotelli start football again these days.
Yeah, he signed for some club there. I don't know what club it is, but yeah.
And Callum says 2011-16 was a nightmare for the club. It was. But what about the noughties, the 90s? You know, we had great players, but
we did.
We just couldn't click.
Yeah.
Under, you know, it was Roy Evans, wasn't it? Really.
But I mean, back then, like, I mean, if you weren't title contenders, you were out of a job. That was it. You know. But like, I remember back in the day when Liverpool and United were going for the same player, and we were going for Karl Proporski, if you remember, and we didn't get him, and we got Patrick Berger instead.
Paddy.
Karl Proporski was an absolute flop. Patrick
Well, he went to Man U, didn't he?
He went to Man U. Yeah.
And we ended up with Paddy.
Patrick Berger. Yeah.
Great player, Paddy.
Great player, so he was.
I think we are trying to give us some nightmares here. Markovic and Aquilani. Alberto Aquilani. I was made up when I thought, is a greater talent.
I think that was the signing that was forced, though, on us, because whatever deal we had, I think it was with Roma. We sold or bought him from Roma. Whatever deal we had, we were kind of losing out more money, and I think we put him out on loan all the time, and just ended up selling them. But it was a dreadful signing,
Well, do you know when Markovic signed? I didn't see it. And I said, Laser, his name was Lazar. I said, he's going to cut into defences like a laser beam. I should never have said that.
You shouldn't have. No. He was the guy with the ponytail. He looked like Fabio.
Voronin.
Oh, my God, Voronin. Oh, Lord. Voronin, yeah. And talking about porn stars, he looked like a porn star. Honest to God.
Maybe he was.
Well, I mean, he wasn't scoring on the pitch anyway. He might have been scoring somewhere else, but he wasn't scoring on the pitch.
Oh, yeah. Jeez. Tobin Peach, whatever his bloody name was as well.
Martin Kelly, yeah.
Do you know what? He should have been good in.
Yeah.
And I just don't know. Ali Danouche says there's a guy playing as right wing. For me, he will be the best right winger soon. His name is Conceição. He is Portuguese and playing in Serie A.
Yeah.
Benzema. Yeah, IBR. Balotelli gone to Girona, I believe. He must.
Girona, yeah.
IBR must be a big fan of Big Bad Mario, mustn't he? He must be a fan because he knows these things, where they're going and where he ends up.
Balotelli, I'll tell you, I tried to get on that. Like, I tried to support that, but I couldn't.
Do you ever remember him? Thiago Lorry. We were waiting for him to play. Like bloody Chiesa. We were waiting for him to play. And, when he played, terrible. Terrible. Corker, says Callum.
Up again. Yeah, they played him up front against Norwich. And he's a defender.
I don't remember. I've never heard of him. Corker. Is that his name?
Steve Colker. Steve Colker. Yeah, I think we signed him. Was it from Crystal Palace?
Fuck knows.
Steve Colker.
He was from Preston. Do you remember him?
Sorry, I'm blessing you there.
I've got my ear collar on as well, though.
He's still playing. I'm not going to even try and pronounce that.
Who's still playing?
Steve Colker. That can't be him. Oh, Steve Roy Colker. No, that's not him. Oh, it is him. He made 3 appearances. He was on loan to Liverpool in 2016. And we got him from Southampton. He was on loan to Southampton. He was playing for Queen's Park Rangers. God Almighty! What a dreadful time.
Veronin was spotted walking through town in some leopard skin tracksuits.
That's right. That's right. Yeah, I remember that. Yeah. Oh, Christ.
Oh. Klopp's brung him on in during the Norwich 5 foot. Yeah.
That's right. Yeah. Yeah. And he was actually instrumental on the winning goal.
And Corco was at Spurs.
Yeah, apparently so.
Well, that's it. It's been mad tonight, hasn't it?
Oh, it's been great, Frank. Been great. It's been great having you. Or been great having you. Been great you having me on your show again. Thank you very much.
Are you coming on there tomorrow night, by the way? Are you watching the game? Or have you got your own channel?
I'm doing
the channels.
I'm doing the watch along with Adam tomorrow. So yeah, I'll be doing that with him. AKM LFC. So we've got a few plans on I'll be doing Wednesday, and then I'll be doing a show with him on Friday as well. So I'm like chock-a-block, busy.
There you go. There's you.
Bless you. AKM LFC, yeah. Thursday I'll be out. I'm going to be, believe it or believe it not, Frank, I'm going out with my cousin's kid, and we're going out trick-or-treating. For the first time in, I'd say, 30 odd years, I am actually trick-or-treating with my cousin's kid, and I have a costume and everything. God help me. So you won't want to see me on the show with the costume on me. So I will not be available on Thursday.
Well, it's a shame on there. There's where you can find them. AKL LFC. And there you are. So don't tune in because I want you with me.
We'll be taking the sweet. I won't be taking any sweets, Callum. I'll be hoping getting more sweets for my cousin's kid, but I'm sure I'll get a few from, maybe, you never know, just a bit.
Callum says big upstream and Sean and Frank up the Reds tomorrow night. Absolutely, Callum. Try and join us post match. Should have a laugh.
What do you reckon the score is going to be?
I was going to ask you. I'm going to say, I hate to say this, I'm going to say it's a draw.
Draw, okay.
1-1. What do you think?
I am going to be optimistic.
Okay.
And I'm going to say 3-0 to Liverpool. 3-0. I may be wrong.
He's definitely saying you're going to be taking the sweets. 1-0, he says, Callum. It's just that I think, I don't know about Sloot though. He likes to pick strong sides, doesn't he?
Yeah.
And I don't like that. Not in this type of match, because at the weekends on Saturday is far more important.
I agree with you. But I think from his perspective, as this is his first season, I think he'll want to compete for all the cups, all the silverware. And is that possible with the small squad that he has? Again, are we expecting a bit of a slump at some stage during the season? Absolutely. Are we going to be, in trouble with injuries? I think so. Are we going to sign anything in January to help out with that? I don't think so. But, you're kind of damned if you do and you're damned if you don't. I mean, if you don't side a proper team, they'll say, oh, well, he's not taking the cup seriously. So I'd like to see him side as strong as possible. I want them to win that cup. I want them to win all the cups, to be honest with you.
Yeah, see, when we went after the quad, for 2 seasons running, I thought, great, let's win the lot.
Yeah.
We would have had investments. We would have won at least one quad with proper investment. But that's the way it turned out.
Yeah.
IBR agrees with me, 1-1.
It can't stay at 1-1 though, can it? Does it go to a replay or?
Doesn't it go to penalties? I don't know what it goes to. It gets me confused.
Now I just wanted to say to you there, I've just received a notification on my phone. Football España, Liverpool resigned to Trent Alexander-Arnold joining Real Madrid in 2025 report. That's Football España. So I don't know
how well informed they are.
Yeah, I don't know whether that's
reliable. What kind of sources?
Reliable, but it's what they're doing is they're regurgitating something from caught offside, which I wouldn't pay any attention to caught offside, to be honest with you.
As Callum says, we have been 4 games off invincibility and the quad.
Yeah, well, I mean,
and that's what I mean. We'll stop this now. If there was investment, we could have done a double quad. I'm telling you. And 1 more leagues, 1 more European Cups, Champions League. It's nice saying Champions League, European Cups, I mean. Sean, thank you so much.
Thank you, Frank, for having me on. Mucho appreciated.
I'm doing it, if you ever want to join me on Friday, I'm doing it current affairs.
I'm actually Friday.
Oh yeah, look, you're always making excuses. You're always free on the Tuesday.
No. Friday, I'm actually doing a live with Adam.
Oh, right.
We're doing a draw. So it's our first draw ever for our VIP members. So,
well, all right. Well, I'll just see you next Tuesday.
I was going to say, are you doing our friends?
I'm doing a post-match on Saturday as well. I'm doing a post-match on Saturday, but suppose you will as well. See, I'd like to go on your show, but I can't because I'm doing bloody podcasts.
Well, sure, we'll find a way. We'll find a way. Yeah. We'll work on something, Frank, because it'd be great having you on the show as well. And I mean, if I can't do something, Adam is there, and also Martin as well. Martin's a good lad, good to chat to, So,
what did you think of the side team? And as when I asked him about the game,
he is so knowledgeable. It's like he can talk. He can talk. We had him actually. He came on kind of unexpected. I just said, will we ask him to come on? And he took us up on the offer. And by God, he can speak. He's an enthusiastic Liverpool fan.
Yeah, but he was going on and on.
Well, I have a habit of doing that too, Frank.
No. See, I grew up, when I've been filming these things and whatever, and do sound bites, what you call sound bites.
Yeah.
And that's what rather than standing like I did for years, lecturing, you know, so you just it's on. No. You know, but this is like a little podcast. It's about football and sound bites. That's all you need.
Yeah.
You know, the Arsenal game, as I said, the soundbite for me was, if we would have shown how we could play in the first half as we did in the second, we would have won the game. Now, what's wrong with that? And it just sums it up nicely.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And it's like, you know, I use analogies as well. And it's like when you were saying about, you know, getting the right players in. I was going to answer this. I was going to say it's like opening a top restaurant. You've got everything fitted out.
Yeah.
And who you're going to bring in is a top Michelin chef. But you don't go down the road and bring Kitty in from Sayers, or you know, who does the sandwiches as your chef.
Yeah.
And that's what we're doing with the likes of Chiesa.
Yeah.
With the likes of Chiesa.
Yeah.
And Mello, and you just look at them and Kite the lot, you know, and they should have medical things. And I don't think they fucking do that anymore.
No,
I'm not listening in, you know, swear there. But anyway, Sean, see you, mate. See you next Tuesday.
You'll see me next Tuesday. Thanks a million, Frank. Look after yourself.
Yeah, and you. Have a good trick and treat.
I will. I'll show you the pictures. See you, chat.
Oh, I want to see you in it, you know, your costume.
Yeah, you will.
Imagine the psycho trick and treat. He'd stand at the door. He'd be talking to them for hours and going, "Are you going to give us something or what?"
Oh, it should be good fun.
Yeah, it will. And it's all for kids as well.
Absolutely, yeah.
So listen, stream, thank you so much. You're all great. Thank you for keeping Sean, George, and the side company tonight. And thanks for your wonderful comments. Thank you so much. See you all tomorrow night, hopefully. Ciao.